Hello, folks. This is who did you boycott today? I had not planned on doing a broadcast this early in the morning, but I've been up all night listening to a replay and dozing off and on. And after listening to that replay and waking up from dozing off and on, I realized that I needed to stop in my tracks and make a broadcast. My heavenly Father moved something in my spirit, and I'm going to try to speak from my heart and my soul and just a common sense average person. I don't have the book knowledge and the connections or power that most persons have. I'm just speaking from the heart. And I hope and pray that each and every one of us will sit down and do some soul searching and use common sense because we're in a very, very dire crisis here. We have many different voices saying many different things. So I always go back to common sense, plain old common sense. And I hope and pray that each person can apply that logical thinking of plain old common sense and come to the best conclusion for their understanding. I have put two persons' name in the title, one by the name of the Disruptor and another person by the name of Mark Carter. The Disruptor is in California. Mark Carter is in Chicago. I am in Summerville, South Carolina. I am a 61-year-old person, retired from the military, just grew up in my community and was blessed with a very special mother and brothers and sisters and a community that helped to shape who I am today. And my perspective, and I will reference the Bible from time to time. And I understand that folks may not read the Bible, and I personally did not rebelled against reading the Bible for a very long time until after 2014. I was born in 1962, so you can count up the years of how long it took me to finally open the Bible. But see, I had the good fortune of having a mother who read her Bible religiously. And I had the good fortune to hear her say out of her mouth so many times, the Lord would make a way. As a young child, I can't tell you that I could make sense of her saying that over and over. But as time went on and I witnessed the day to day life and struggles that my mother went through and how the Lord made a way, I came to understand that what my mother was saying out her mouth was a real thing. It was not just some words coming out of her mouth, that the Lord did make a way during those struggling years of growing up and seeing my mother work two and three jobs and come in the door and just be so dog tired. And remembering me and my brothers and sisters going around and collecting bottles and cans and cardboard just to make some money to try to help out just to try to help out, because we could see with our own eyes how hard our mother was working. And she was constantly telling us that she was preparing us for the real world. That was one of her famous sayings, along with the Lord would make a way. She constantly said, I am preparing you for the real world. I can't say when I started hearing my mother say those words. I'm going to estimate that I was around 8 or 9, maybe younger. But I can tell you, I can't count the number of times that she said those words out of her mouth. And so I am making this broadcast to make it clear to Disruptor and Mark Carter and persons like them that is preaching to the Negroes who are descendants of Negro ancestors that this is a spiritual war for the justice that the Negroes have been denied. I'm going to say that again. This is a spiritual battle for the injustice done to our Negro ancestors and their descendants. We, as a bloodline of Negro persons and human beings, we have to evaluate and try to understand where we're at this present day. And we, Negroes, have been fighting for justice for over 400 years. Over 400 years, Negroes' bloodline has been fighting for justice. I looked up MLK famous quote, the good old famous quote that folks like to reshape to suit their agenda or their narrative. Where I really listened, I really read those words over and over. And if I remember correctly, injustice anywhere. Uh, let me. I should have pulled that up before I started this broadcast, but I don't have a problem doing a search right quick so I can get it right word for word because I let me pause here for a second. I got to look up this darn quote because I want to make sure that I say it word for word. Uh, so just give me a few seconds here and I'm going to get this quote up because I don't want to be mistaken. Okay, I got it up now. Let me let me go ahead and do my little copying here and add it to my notepad. I've already put a couple of links in the comment section. So please take the time to look at each one of those and get an understanding to the best of your ability. And hopefully it will help you with your logical thinking going forward here. So I'm gonna read this quote right quick. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in a inescapable network of mutual mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. This is the letter that MLK wrote when he was in the Birmingham, Alabama jail on April the 16th, 1963. Now, I was born April the 29th, 1962. So at the time that MLK wrote this quote, I wasn't 1 year old yet. In a few days, I would have turned 1 year old. And so clearly, if you digest this quote that MLK uh, wrote, he was sending a message loud and clear back in 1963. Now, I may have it wrong, but this is how I evaluate it and dissect it and analyze it. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So MLK sounded that alarm back in 1963. The world did not take heed to it. They did not listen to those words and really digest those words. So we are now in the present day 21st century. And the injustice that MLK spoke about is now at each and every person's doorstep. That's how I process the words when I read it. The alarm that MLK tried to sound for the injustice of Negroes fell on deaf ears. It fell on deaf ears. And so now we find ourselves in the present day 21st century. And that injustice is at each and every one of our doors. Because it fell on deaf ears, folks did not want to take heed to it because it wasn't affecting their day-to-day life. So they chose to ignore it and not listen to those words. And so here we find ourselves facing that injustice, and each one of us is facing it. And so now we have persons running around here, what I equate to committing suicide by announcing that they are looking forward to voting for Trump. Trump is one man. Trump is one man. And those who believe that he is just definitely gonna be the savior of the immigration crisis and invasion, that's your personal choice to make that evaluation. Me personally, I evaluate it as it's good against evil. That is what I am doing from a common sense, everyday average person. That what I am witnessing is good against evil. Greed, money and greed, money and greed, power and control. And so voting, protesting, marching is not going to fix that. There's too many layers of corruption. The banks and the corporations own the politicians. And it may include many other persons that I just don't have the knowledge of or the information about. But from a layman's perspective, I would include the corporations, the banks, the cartels, the Black Rocks, the Rockefellers, and all those persons high up there in these whatever secret clubs or not secret clubs, I don't know. I'm just an average person trying to evaluate this day to day. But I would just stay at the two ones that I can make sense of, and those are the corporations and the banks. I cannot even begin to try to unpack the level of corruption that involves cartel. I cannot begin to unpack the level of power and control that BlackRock and Rockefellers and any many other persons who have those big high profiles and how they are affecting my day-to-day life. I do not have that information. So I have to keep it as simple as I possibly can to a level that I can process it and make sense of it. And by doing that, I clearly just focus on the banks and the corporations, and all the other players that I'm not fully educated enough to speak on. I have to just acknowledge that there are many, many other players in this corruption and greed and evil. But to keep it as simple as possible, I'm going to simply focus on the banks and the corporations that own each of the politicians at the local, state, and federal level. We are clearly witnessing that unfold on the Texas border. Clearly, we are witnessing the control that the corporations and banks have on the crisis on the border. When a country cannot simply protect their citizens, what are the citizens supposed to do? What are the citizens supposed to do when a government refuses to protect their citizens? Simply put measures in place to protect their citizens. Now, I do not have a heartless feeling towards those who are in a situation where are in a situation that they feel the need to have to leave their country and come to America. I am fully aware that America has went around the world and caused destruction and death to many countries and people. But my understanding is coming from a perspective of where I was born. I was born in America, and my understanding that these other countries and nations governments are so corrupt and their whatever their political structure, or I'm not sure if I can put it in the right words, but my heavenly Father has helped me to try to understand that the battle is over here in America. And that starts with God's chosen people, the Negroes. The Negroes are on the front line to save humanity and mankind. Let me say that again. I feel in my heart and soul that Negroes are the chosen people. So the battle starts over here on America's landmass, not putting down any other country or nation. Is simply how I have tried to evaluate it and process it and listen to the inner spirit in my soul, in my heart, in my mind, that my Heavenly Father is my guide and will help me to try to understand the world that I live in. He started that by giving me the special mom that he gave me. He blessed me with. I can look back and think and understand better that my mother was preparing me for this very moment as I'm talking to you. Because me personally growing up, I was a very, very shy person. But I never was a person who did not speak their mind. Never was that a side of my personality that I ever can say was a part of me. I don't know. Even though I was a shy person, I never hesitated to speak my mind. And just in the last 3 years, I've come to understand that I am an introvert. I didn't understand that when my mother asked me when I was 7 or 8 years old. She said to me, go outside and play with the kids. And I was thinking to myself, I can remember it like yesterday. I don't know why that is a solid memory in my brain, but it is. It's so clear. I don't remember a lot of things about my memories of my growing up years, but that is one memory that is very, very clear in my memory of my mother saying those words to me, Aquilin, go outside and play with the kids. And I remember thinking, I'll go outside and play with the kids when I'm ready. But of course, I did not say that out loud to my mother because I respected her, and I would get the she would just knock me senseless. So I knew better than to say that out loud, but I remember thinking that. I remember her saying what she said to me, and I remember thinking what I have expressed. So even at 7 or 8 years old, there was my personality trait that I was an introvert. But that's not here, not there. What this broadcast is about is to ask each person, please do not permit any person to uh, tell you how to think and what to think. Mr. Disruptor and Mark Carter and many persons like them are running around here telling folks to go vote. And they want you to vote for Trump. Well, I am preaching boycott because my common sense tells me that money is the root of all of this evil. Money is clearly the root of all of this evil and harm. So if money is the root of it, that is where the focus needs to be. Not voting, not marching, not protesting, not planning on doing a pull-up in Washington, D.C. on the April the 15th. That's money that can be put to better use. That's clearly money that can be put to better use. Because we are out of time. We have spent over 50 years spending money and energy and time and trust and belief in this corrupt system. So take your pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters and figure out how to buy land or put it in a jar and let it build. And when you get enough to be able to do what you think is best for your well-being and the well-being of your loved ones, then you spend that money for that reason. But I'm asking for the sake of God, do not listen to anyone tell you to spend your money to come to a state or event to protest or to march. There was a time when protesting and march served their purpose. But these human beings are not going to respond to protesting and marching anymore. They have the money, they have the power, and they have the control. They have the money, the power, and the control. So, Negroes, my suggestion is to know our numbers. I have put a link in the comment section of a 50 community, 50 resident community network group for each of the 50 states. Negroes need to know their numbers. We need to know our numbers down to the very nitty gritty. Numbers trump power, money, power, and control. That's what my common sense tells me. Anyone that disagree with that, please leave your feedback, and you are welcome to come up here and let us have a conversation. I'm not one of those persons who just want to listen to my perspective. I am open to listening to any perspective. But I tell you, this has been in my spirit since February of 2022. Oh no, really. I started boycotting in December of 2020. I happened to be looking at the TV when I was still watching TV. I have long since stopped watching TV. I long since stopped watching TV. My TV don't get turned on. I used to be focused on news stations when I was watching TV, or I watched my sports, or I would watch uh, detective shows. I was really addicted to detective shows. And so when I was watching TV at that time, I happened to catch Donald Trump and Jerry Jones go before the microphone and express clearly that they were very, very disappointed that the NFL players that have my skin color, because I do not say BLACK if I can help it, that NFL players that have my skin who chose to kneel before a game instead of standing for the national anthem, that they had some audacity. So as I sat there listening to Donald Trump and Jerry Jones standing before the microphone, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. That was the day that the good Lord said to me, I have to make a stand. I'm just one person, but I have to make a stand, and I have to do something for my conscience. To be able to live with my conscience going forward, I needed to do something. And so I made a decision that I would start boycotting all sports. Fast food, I would cut back on my fast food. Now I'm at the point now, the first month or two or three, it was hard. I mean, there were so many days when I was just be out and about, and I would want to have that fast food. I boycotted my beloved pizza. I love pizza. I love eating it, but I rarely eat it now. I rarely eat at fast food now. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I do treat myself from time to time, but I have not watched sports or TV for the most part since December of 2020. That was a personal stand that I decided to make, that I will start boycotting my pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters, even if it did not make the grand scale. But I would have a clear conscience and I would be able to sleep better at night, that I had made a stand. And I'm going to repeat again, boycotting is the answer to this crisis. This is a spiritual battle for God's chosen people who are the Negroes. And God's chosen people are going to, if I believe what I've read and what I understand, that God's people will take their rightful place in the world and write things in the world the way God intended it to be, or the world will come to an end. That is what I understand. I may have it wrong. But for those of you who agree, please click the links in the comment section. I will be adding the link for the boycott on my Twitter profile. Um, Also, we'll be adding the link to the boycott website that I built in May of 2023. And I have another platform on minds.com. So I have three different platforms that you can choose to join. And we have to start gathering our numbers to activate a boycott. My perspective is to target social media. Now, those of you who cannot participate, please at least add your number count to the platform, one of the platforms. If you are monetized on social media and you just don't feel that you want to support it, hopefully you will at least add your number count to the collective. That has been my focus since February of 2022, to organize a national boycott. I built a website on WordPress.com in February of 2022. I have since, in the last week or two, have removed that whole content that was on that website, and I am rebuilding it to uh to be a platform of information and resources for the Negro community to earn passive income and to leverage the success of corporations and businesses to improve your financial security. Because we clearly know there are many, many successful corporations and businesses like Johnson and Johnson, Kraft, and many more that are products and services that we use day to day, and we should be leveraging that success to improve our financial security, since they have made a decision to make it difficult for Negroes to get a job, to get a loan, to have a business, to have health care, and to have a decent life and be treated with human rights and self-respect, and given the same a fair opportunity to be a productive human being, to provide for their basic needs of food, shelter, and clothing. And since the world that we were birthed into has made that difficult, we have to flip the script and leverage their success to improve our financial stability. And we can do that by signing up to be an affiliate of these products and services. And you simply have to know how to copy and paste and become affiliate of the products and services that you use day to day. Or if you don't use them, but you know they are in great demand, you simply have to copy and paste your referral link on your social media platforms, and it's a win-win for the person who clicked the link. They get to have a savings, a discount on whatever they're going to purchase, whether that's a product or a service, and you win because you earn a commission. The corporations, of course, they continue to win, but we are able to leverage that success to start getting a return, a simple return on our daily living costs, whether that's for products or services. That's not complicated to understand. How do we figure out how to get a return on our daily living costs? And at the same time, we are combating the injustice of the society and the world that we live in, because we have the power and control in our hand. That puts a certain amount of control and power back in the hands of the average person, because we are going to use these products, we're going to use services. So, how do we understand how to get a return on that daily living cost? That comes uh, in the way of affiliate. Affiliate marketing is a $17 billion industry. Let me say again, the affiliate marketing is a $17 billion industry. Every business, successful business or corporation need affiliates to get their product out to the masses. So that is my strategy, to build a website and put research and provide information for myself and my community to leverage their spending dollar power and the products and services that they use in their day-to-day life to get a return on that cost, while at the same time trying to preach the narrative that boycotting is the answer here. That is what my brain cell has processed. And I have gotten a lot of pushback, and that's okay. Each and every person get to make their own decision. But I will not be deterred. I believe it with every fiber of my body that boycotting is the answer for some of the, maybe not for everything that's wrong in the world that we live in, but it has to take place because it's the most immediate, it can make the most immediate impact of all of these other things that we have been doing as far as protesting, marching, and voting. Can anybody explain it differently for me? That match compared to boycotting and compared to these other three things that we have been doing for decades and decades and decades, what is the honest, fair conclusion of all these different efforts that we have made by using protesting, marching, and voting, and the results those three methods have deliberate. Boycotting will force these corporations and businesses to come to the table or get to the table or that they sit around and come to an understanding that the citizens are in dire state state. They are in a unbearable situation. That they have squeezed the life out of the citizens because of their greed, because of their evil and greed. They have literally squeezed the life out of the citizens. So boycotting has to be done to force evil to do what they really don't want to do because they are blinded by greed and evil. So they are going to have to be forced to do the right thing. They are simply going to have to be forced to do the right thing. And that is where knowing your numbers will trump money, power, and control. That is simple common sense for me. That is how me as an individual person have broken it down to the simplest understanding. The simplest understanding. So once the Negroes get their justice in America, they are going to have the ability to impact around the world. Yes, Lord, there are going to be those who are going to be selfish. There are going to be those persons on this earth until the earth comes to an end. But I believe in my heart and soul that once the Negroes are paid their Negro ancestors' justice claim dead, it's going to help right humanity around the world, not only in America, but around the world. I believe that in my soul. I believe that the Negroes have to take the lead. They are God's chosen people. And many folks know this. Many of these high powered persons know this, especially the Jews. Unless you missed the memo, they lost their mind when a man simply posted a link that was titled Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black Americans. Why in God's name would the Jews lose their mind over a link being posted unless that link had a information that they did not want folks to learn about? They literally lost their mind. They sent out 20 million emails to attack one human being. 20 million emails, and they literally tried to destroy Kyrie Irving simply because he posted a link that Negroes, Hebrews to Negroes, wake up Black Americans. Negroes are God's chosen people, and no one can change that. Not any of us can change that. Now, I don't claim to have a crystal ball. I just know that I am a descendant of a Negro. Do I know absolute that I am a chosen person? No. But like I stated earlier, I have read the Bible, and a lot of folks will make the claim and the argument that the Bible is a full of lies. See, that's where you get duped at. That is where I duped myself for many years when I told myself I did not want to read the Bible. But there's a lot of truth in that Bible. If you know how to analyze and dissect, you can pick out the parts that is truthful. And you don't have to listen to anyone to understand that truth. You simply have to connect the dots of your own lived life experience to know that what you have read, and you can know how to connect the dots that this what you just read is the truth, because you know how to connect it to your own lived life experience, so you don't have to take anyone's word for it. You simply have to use common sense. That's what I did when I started reading the Bible. I said I have heard more times than I can count of folks making a claim that the Bible is full of lies. The Bible is full of lies. I heard that little voice playing over and over in my head as I read the words in the Bible. But then you know what happened? I started thinking about my personal lived life experience. I simply applied my own personal lived life experience to decide if what I was reading was truthful or false. It was just that simple. It was just that simple. I didn't need anyone's input. I simply had to rely on my own thinking. And that's what I did. And so, like I stated, this broadcast is to let folks know and to ask folks not to listen to this person by the name of the Disruptor and Mark Carter and persons like him, whether they are a male or female. I don't have anything personally against either of these persons, but I was raised to speak, to stand on truth. I remember asking my mom one day, why was it that some persons could lie? Because, I'm just a child growing up, and when you're a child growing up, you have all these different questions about things that are going on around you. And I happened to grow up with a sister that was a expert liar, and she was a street person. She could size you up upwards and sideways in a blink of an eye. Being her younger sister, I had a front row seat. I had a front row seat of how she was raised. I remember having a conversation with my mother one day, and I asked her, why is it so easy for some persons to lie? She said they are not led by their conscience. She said, let your conscience be your guide. She said to me, let your conscience be your guide. And I took those words in and I stamped them to my memory. I stamped them to my brain. And they have always been there when I had to make difficult decisions to stand on truth. Because I'm just a flawed human being just like any other person. I do not get to avoid temptation of choosing honesty over lies, or however you want to put it. But I rely on my conscience to give me the strength and guide me along the way. And it has served me well. It has served me well. That lesson that my mother gave me it has served me well. And so that is why I knew I had to not go to sleep until I did this broadcast. I have been up for over 24 hours, except for the few times that I dozed off. Voting is not going to solve this crisis because the root of this evil is greed and money and power and control. And the average person can only battle that evil and greed and money and power and control is by boycotting. I'm going to continue to preach that narrative until the good Lord take me out of this world. I pray to God I can stay healthy and strong and be able to continue to stand on that. I have yet to start back watching my sports or to watch TV in general. I hope that I can stay committed to what I decided when I heard Donald Trump and Jerry Jones go before the microphone and complain about melanated persons with my skin color who chose to kneel for the injustice that they suffer. They simply were kneeling for the injustice that they were living day to day, experiencing. And these two human beings felt the need to go before a public microphone and attack them for that. And we got folks running around here so proud to say they looking forward to voting for Trump. I don't know the man. I don't know the man. I operate from plain old common sense because I fully understand that we, each and every one of us, have flaws and weaknesses and strengths. Donald Trump cannot help the suffering that I have experienced my 61 years of being on this earth. Donald Trump is not going to be behind that desk if go to apply for a job and that person who is sitting behind that desk is racist. Donald Trump is not going to be behind the bank teller or the bank desk if I go and apply for a loan, for a house, a business, or emergency. Donald Trump is not going to be sitting behind that desk. Donald Trump is not going to be standing beside every police person that don't hesitate to shoot persons who have my skin color. Donald Trump is not going to be standing beside every one of those police persons to ensure that I receive fair treatment. Donald Trump cannot protect me from that reality. Donald Trump cannot protect my human rights and my self-respect and me having the right to have fair opportunities in life. Donald Trump cannot fix that. But my community can fix that by knowing their numbers, by combining their numbers and speaking and standing as a collective power against the evil and corruption. That is what my plain old common sense tells me. Because the political process in America has layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of corruption. Negroes don't have time to unpack those layers of corruption. We are dying by the second, by the hour, by the day. We don't have time to play at a disadvantage. That is the arena for those who have money and power and connection. That is their arena. I had to come to that realization that every time I went to vote, I was walking into the voting booth with my hands tied behind my back, that I did not have a position or any place in that arena because that was not an arena that I was in a power position. And any person that is running around here encouraging folks to go vote, they are fully aware of this understanding. It's not a secret. It is not a secret that the corporations and banks own every politician and that there are layers and layers and layers and layers of corruption. Now, granted, for those who still want to believe in the voting process, roll up your sleeves and get your numbers in order. Know your numbers down to the nitty gritty. Stay out of that arena until you get yourself in a better position. Stay out of the arena until you know your numbers, until you own land and you have built economic stability by taking your pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters and building a community network of economic stability. That is common sense. All the money that Negroes have spent in that corrupt government could have positioned Negroes to have a better life. But our Heavenly Father will wake us up to this consciousness. Everybody have to come to that realization in their own time. I just thank the good Lord that that has been awakening in my conscience. I will no longer allow myself to be taken advantage of and duped into believing that my vote would change my life, my day-to-day life, and give me human rights, self-respect, and fair treatment. That's all. And I know that is hard for a lot of folks to accept. And then you have those folks who know this is the truth, but they are benefiting by running around here preaching this narrative. They are collecting a bag of money, or if they're not collecting a bag of money, they are receiving perks. Because I pray to God they are collecting enough money to provide financial security not only for themselves, but for every person in their family and loved ones. That they have collected enough money that is going to provide financial security not only for themselves, but for every person in their family and their bloodline. Because if it's not going to do that, at some point in some day, you accepting money in a position is going to impact someone in your own family. Someday it's going to be at their doorstep. But we have many of us who are quite selfish, and only think about our own selfish interests and needs. We don't think about anyone else's well-being. Only thing that we think about is what is best for my own self-interest and my own self-agenda and my own self-benefit. We have too many persons walking around on two legs that only think that way. They are unable to think about others. They are totally deaf and blind to anyone else's needs other than their own. So that is why I made a decision to do this broadcast, because I listened to Disruptor's replay of his Twitter space, and he made it very clear that if we don't get Trump back in office, that we are all doomed. Well, I want each person to make their own evaluation, and I want each person to think for themselves. I want you to make that personal journey and soul searching to think for yourself. Do not listen to me, Disruptor, Mark Carter, anyone. You know better than anyone else what is best for your well-being. No one can tell you that better than yourself. No one can evaluate that better than yourself. Just using your plain old common sense. Do you feel that you have Bank of America money? Do you feel that you have JP Morgan type of money? Do you feel that you have Chase Bank type of money in your bank account? Do you have Wells Fargo type of money in your bank account? If you answer that question honestly, then you will come to the right conclusion that's best for your well-being. Because I will keep right on repeating, the banks and the corporations own every politician, from the local, state, and federal. And that is playing out on the Texas border as we speak, every second of the day. You don't have to believe anything coming out of my mouth. We are clearly witnessing how our politicians are brought and paid for, just simply looking at the crisis that's taking place on the border and the invasion that has flooded America in the past few years and decades. And I'm sure you may be in a city or state that has been flooded by this invasion. And you can't help but ask yourself, why would the politicians that we vote for would allow this to happen? Why in God's name would they allow the border to be invaded and to put every citizen at in danger? Why would they do that unless they are brought and paid for? This is failure of decent human decency. A complete breakdown of human decency. Now, I will keep right on repeating. My heart goes out to those countries that have been affected by America's evil. But my Heavenly Father has made it clear to me that the Negroes have to take the lead, and the Negroes have to receive justice in order to make things right for humanity. I believe that with every fiber of my body. And those who want things to continue on, they are preaching the narrative of voting. Voting cannot fix the corrupt political process that is in place, that is owned by the banks and corporations and cartels and BlackRock and Rockefellers and KKK and everybody in between. Voting cannot fix that. You may not live long enough to unpack the layers of corruption, but you can keep preparing for that in the back. You can start putting those pieces in place every single day that you wake up. But that is not going to help the crisis, the immediate crisis that Negroes are facing. The immediate crisis that the Negro community is facing can only be addressed by a boycott. And folks can keep on rolling up their sleeves and organizing their numbers. And once they get feel comfortable and confident that they have done their absolute best to get their number count, and they have put their pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters in a jar so they can buy land, and they can take that money and invest in businesses for their community, whether that's trade schools, education schools, to remove their kids from these public schools. If we can't afford nothing but a one-room building to start teaching our community trades and mechanics, wood building, and on, that is what we should be spending our energy and pennies and nickels on. And once we have had the ability to build financial stability, then maybe we will be ready to step back into that arena. But until we get those pieces in place, we have no business in that arena. We have no business in that political corrupt system until we get in a better position. And if you want to keep on lying to yourself, if you want to allow persons to come before you and convince you to continue with that madness, it will be your demise. It will be your demise. And that is why the Spirit moved in me to make this broadcast. I am not here to attack anyone. I am not here to attack anyone. My Heavenly Father moved inside of me to speak truth to all of this madness that I am witnessing as an average human being with flaws, strengths, and weaknesses. And it is apparent that folks are so desperately wanting to commit suicide that they have already announced to their enemy and their opposition what their intentions are. Who in God's name gave folks the green light to do that suicide mission? I need to answer that question. I asked about it on my last audio. Will anybody be kind enough to tell me if they have any information on that? Who in God's name sent the Negroes out there on that volunteer suicide mission? Because I've been living for 61 years and I've never heard of a person giving their opponent, definitely not their enemy or opposition, what their intentions are in advance. So I would like to understand, why in God's name do we have intelligent people, very, very, very intelligent individuals, running around here on these social media apps, encouraging and announcing to the Republicans and the Democrats and the independents and all these parties in between what their intentions are? Why in God's name would any Negro or melanated person be doing that? The Negroes are suffering the worst. The Negroes bloodline is suffering the worst. So why in God's name would you tell your enemy what your intentions are? Your message to your enemy should be that if you don't deliver 1, 2, 3, 4 demands before this election, you can roll the dice. That should be your threat and your clear message to your enemy and your opposition. If you're not sending that message to your enemy and your opposition, you have clearly told your enemy that you are weak, because you have the power position right now. Every citizen have the power position right now, because they have the power to boycott. They have the power to make these politicians worry about who is going to come out and vote. They need to pray to God. They're going to pray to God that enough persons come out to vote to get them across that finish line on election night, because that is the length of your importance. Every voter's important is the length of time that it takes you to walk into that voting booth and check those boxes, whether that's 20 minutes or 30 minutes. But once you cast that vote, you cease to exist. You cease to exist. So they are not lying to you when they tell you that your vote matters. It does. It matters until you cast it. Once you submit that voting ballot, you are an invisible human being. You are an invisible human being, and the Negroes are in the worst position of all other ethnicity once those votes are counted. So why in God's name I do not hear every Negro and melanated person sending a clear message to their enemy that you will not get my darn vote if my people do not get 1, 2, 3, 4 demands before this election happens? You roll the darn dice, and you just worry and pray to God that you can convince enough of my people from my community to come out on that election day. I'm going to let you sweat and worry that you pray to God that enough of people from my community that have my skin color come out on election night if you don't deliver these demands. But that is not the message that intelligent people are preaching. No, they're preaching the opposite. They are overjoyed to tell their enemy what their intentions are. It's not good enough that you're already being played for a fool, but you want to help your enemy and your opposition know what your intentions are ahead of time. Well, that is why I'm on this broadcast, and I will be making these broadcasts many, many more times in the future. That is a certainty. I don't understand why an intelligent person like Disruptor and Mark Carter is preaching this darn narrative that they are overjoyed to go vote for Trump. And then on top of that, they want you to pull up in Chicago and spend your hard-earned money to take part in a protest. That money could be put into a community chest to buy land, food for those who are going hungry, do not know how they're going to put food on their table, do not know how they're going to keep a roof over their head, while you folks want to stick your chest out about getting on an airplane, getting in a car, getting on a bus to go to Chicago. That money and time and energy could be put to better use against your enemy in this crisis. But no, I am not hearing that message. I am not hearing that message. I'm hearing the message that folks want folks to get on an airplane, get in a car, get on a bus, and go to this state, that state, pull up for this event, this protest, this march. All that money and energy could be put into a cookie jar, and the Negro community and melanated person could buy land, could invest in businesses to create jobs for their community as they're being invaded by invaders. So you are outnumbered, but you are spending your hard earned pennies and nickels and dime to get on an airplane, to get in a car, to get on a bus, to go to another state and stick your chest out and be seen. And while you're at it, you'll be making sure that Jim Crow police get paid overtime. I don't know how you swallow that one. Every time you do one of these pull-ups and protests, Jim Crow police get a lot of overtime pay. They get a lot of overtime pay. But we got folks in the Negro community and the melanated community preaching this narrative. They're preaching this narrative instead of preaching the narrative that we need to close ranks and combine our pennies, nickels, and dimes and quarters to start making sure that we weather this tornado and this storm. They're not telling their people that. They choosing to manipulate them instead. Manipulate them and lie to them. That is the choice that they are deciding for. And I'm just not going to stay silent and watch this happen. I know good and darn well I don't have the voice and the reach that many of these persons have, but I would not let that deter me. Like I stated earlier, I've always been a person that never hesitated to speak my mind and to stand on what I thought was truth and honesty. That is something that I clearly remember about myself growing up, that I've always had a backbone to stand on truth and honesty. I've always had it. Maybe because I grew up in a family where my brothers and sisters, they had a reputation. I had 11 cousins, so I did not have to fear much growing up. So maybe that is why I've always had a strong backbone, because I had strong brothers and sisters who had a reputation, and I had 11 cousins. So when I walked the hallways of school, people did not step to me in the wrong way. They did not mistreat me like I seen them do other students in my schools. I didn't have to go through that. I witnessed it. I witnessed it with my own two eyes as I was growing up. Yes, I did. I saw it daily of the peer pressure that many persons who were my age in my junior high school and in my high school, they suffered that. But I didn't have to go through that because the Johnsons and the Presleys had a reputation, and no one wanted to go up against the Johnsons and the Presleys. So I was shielded from a lot of the peer pressure that many persons have to endure. And that growing up in that environment did build a lot of confidence, self-confidence in myself. And it helped me to understand that it was important to stand your grounds. No matter how many times you may get knocked down, that it was important for you to stand your grounds on honesty and truth. So I am not blinded to that reality as I grew up. That I did have that protection of my older brothers and younger brothers and sisters, because my younger brother was just as bad as my older brothers and sisters. Now I was in between. I wasn't as motivated as they were, but we are all cut from the same cloth. So I definitely had it in me, but I was just not as motivated as they enjoyed it. But I didn't hesitate to stand my grounds. We came from the same cloth. We came from the same mother, and we were cut from the same cloth. So it was in our DNA. It was in the DNA of my 11 cousins. So I didn't have that problem. And so here I find myself having to use my voice. And there are many, many persons who cannot stand my guts, who have blackballed me, who have kicked me out of rooms, who have talked over me. I even got, I was in a room last night, and I clearly know that those persons were doing something that they can do to make it so that I cannot hear anything and my phone screen goes white. But I can see everybody still in the room, and I can see folks' microphone that is off. But whatever little technique that y'all have and that you do when I come into different rooms, I have been very observant of that. Don't think that it has escaped me, because it has not. I'm a very observant person. That's one thing God gave me. He gave me a lot of common sense and critical thinking, and I'm very, very, very observant. That is one thing I clearly know about myself. I'm a very, very observant person. I listen to what a person says out their mouth and what they don't say, just by the words that they use. I listen very, very careful of the words that they choose to use and the words they choose not to use. So here we go. We got a big decision to make, each and every one of us. And I'm going to say it again. Do not listen to me. Do not listen to Disruptor, Mark Carter, and any other persons. You, as an individual person, sit down and use your own common sense and ask yourself one important question. Do you, as an individual person, have the kind of money that Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase Bank, and Wells Fargo, and Johnson & Johnson Corporation, and Kraft Corporation? Do you have the kind of money in your bank account that these that I have named? If you say no, then you clearly should know that your vote don't count. The politicians are owned, brought and paid for by the banks and the corporations. And these, like I said earlier, I keep it simple. Those are the two that I focus on. But there are many other players, like the cartels, the Black Rocks, the Rockefellers, the KKK, and many, many, many players that I have no clue about. You can take all the money that Oprah, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and every wealthy person you can think of, and all the money of every average Negro and melanated person, and combine all that money, and it would not come close to the wealth and the capital that all these industries have, that put you at a disadvantage. And that is why your vote don't matters once you walk out of that booth. It matters up until you submit that ballot. That part is not a lie. That part is not a lie. The part that is a lie is that your vote matters after you walk out of there. That it matters the next 365 days. It matters the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. That's where the lie is at. The only part they are not lying about is that your vote is important. It's important to help get that corrupt politician elected and across the finish line on election result night. That is only way you can sum it up. That is how it is broken down. That is reality. That is the reality that each and every one of us have to make a decision if we want to face. Because I will say again, no one knows your well-being better than you. And I heard uh, the lady by the name of Black Chicago for Trump make a statement in her space that she go to her community and tell the folks at the gas station that if you don't, you gonna have to learn to speak Spanish if you don't register to vote for Trump. That is a bald-faced lie because it's already in effect. That's already a requirement. So every time she has said that out her mouth, she been telling a bald-faced lie. But she is laying down sleeping like a baby every night. And the other sorry human being by the name of Mr. Cunnings, who is an educated teacher, but he see persons in his community are beneath himself, and so he see them as a nigger. He don't see them as a human being. And then the other sorry human being, who is a Reverend Damon Jones, aka Clarence Thomas, is a reverend. But see, that's where that Bible comes into play again. The Bible clearly states that there will be persons who will come in sheep clothing. Clarence Thomas is one of those persons, if y'all don't know, if you haven't figured that out yet, because that sorry human being was the host of that room, and he stayed on his microphone and he sat there and listened to Mr. Cummins talk down about his people in his community. And he never came off of that microphone and corrected him. He never came off of his microphone and corrected Mr. Cunningham and said, Mr. Cummins, don't disrespect your brothers and sisters by referencing them or thinking about them as a nigger. They are not beneath you. They are a human being just like yourself. But Mr. Clarence Thomas, aka Damon Jones, Reverend Damon Jones, who wants you to come to his Bible study, he is a sheep in wool clothing. Your best bet is to go in the opposite direction of him as fast as your legs can take you. And I cannot forget the other person named Pro something, Pro Key, Pro K, Pro K something. He know who he is. Only person name I'm not mentioning is La Farmer. I'm kind of torn about my evaluation of La Farmer's perspective in that room that night. I'm going to try to do my best to be as fair across the board. I do not understand the perspective that La Farmer have, but I must say his perspective did not come close to these other three persons that were on that stage that night. As I listened to him, I did get a feeling that he had a respect for the persons in his community. But he did also agree that he wanted to vote for Trump. That's his personal choice. It's very disrespectful to ask another person who they plan to vote for. Many of you persons have picked up that sickness from your enemy. You have picked up that sickness from your enemy where you are not able to recognize when you are disrespecting your fellow human being because you have been birthed into a society that has disrespected you all your life. Now, when you exhibit those traits, you're not able to identify it, to point it out. I am here to let you know I'm a simple, common sense person. It's very, very disrespectful to ask another person who they plan to vote for. That's not any of your business. That's that individual person's private business and private choice. It's not any of your business. You may be concerned about it because it may affect your bag of money. It may affect your personal agenda and your personal interest, but it's not any of your business. And the only reason why you're asking them is because of your self interest, your self agenda, and your self benefit. It's not for their well being. You're not asking that person who they plan to vote for because you care about them. You just care about your own self interest and your own self agenda and your own self benefit. So I'm going to take a little break and I'm going to put on the audio. This audio don't have any audio to it. It's just a 10-minute video, and then I may start playing some of the other audios from the other day. I want to thank each person that will have a chance to listen to this audio, and I want to repeat again: do not allow or permit anyone to convince or to tell you that you should vote unless you decide, unless you think for yourself and decide that's the best thing for your well-being. But while you're thinking about that, just ask yourself the question, do I have the kind of money that Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase Bank, and Wells Fargo? If you answer that question honestly, I think you're going to be able to make the decision what is the best choice for you. So here's the audio. This is Who Did You Boycott today. I'm stopping in my tracks and making this audio recording for all the walking, brain-dead human beings who are broadcasting to their enemy and their opposition that they plan to vote. Well, I'm here to tell you, without stuttering, that this one Negro is not about to announce to anyone what her intentions are. I don't know what has happened to the air that folks are breathing, that someone told them to wake up every morning and tell the Republicans that they plan to vote for them, or tell the Democrats they plan to vote for them, or the Independent. Who in God's name came up with that Nipcom brain thought process? Because I've been living on this earth for 61 years, and as far as I can understand, a human being don't show their cars ahead of time. Am I mistaken? Am I delusional? A human being who is going against their opponent do not broadcast their intentions. So who in God's name is giving folks the green light to run around here on these social media apps announcing to the Republicans that we plan to support Trump? What planet are you folks living on? What fantasy island did you get picked up from? Because I know good and darn well something happened somewhere along the way that you folks is either breathing the wrong air or you swallowed the wrong Kool-Aid. And whoever spiked it, you need to locate them and take care of them, because they did some serious damage to your mental faculties. So I'm here to tell you, Republicans and you Democrats, if you are listening to a brain-dead person who is telling you they planning on voting for either one of you parties, you need to go get examined by a doctor. Because you are listening to a brain-dead person, and if you believe what is coming out their mouth, you is just as brain-dead as them. Because if the Republicans who are currently sitting in their seat, which is 100 senators and 435 congresspersons, if they do not decide to inform Joe Biden, walking dead corpse, to sign Executive Order, Special Field Order 15, by June of 2024 or August of 2024 or sooner, they can roll the dice and pray to God that enough folks come out and vote. Do I need to repeat myself? And for all of you brain-dead folks who are on the campaign trail campaigning for these politicians, you can roll the darn dice too. And get on your darn knees and pray that enough folks come out. But my guts tells me that enough folks may not decide to come out. I'm willing to bet on those odds than to bet on y'all brain dead folks who is getting paid a good fat paycheck to preach this narrative. I'm going to say again, each and every one of you folks who are out here preaching this narrative, you are more than likely collecting a fat paycheck. And you don't give a darn that the person who live in the ghetto and the project in the hood wakes up on the 6th of June and don't have food to eat or a roof over their head. You don't care 1 ounce about that reality. All you cared about was using your time and energy and voice to try to get one of these evil human beings elected. Because regardless of who you get elected, the Bank of America and J.P. Morgan and all these other giant banks own them. They have brought and paid for every one of those politicians. If they have not gotten to them yet, they will. But every one of our politicians, every person who is sitting in the Senate, every one of those 100 persons who sit down on their behind, they are brought and paid for by the corporations and the banks. And most of you folks know this. Most of you folks who've been dedicated, have dedicated your time and your life to being a part of these campaign camps, whether it's the Republicans, the Democrats, the Green Party, the Independent, all these different kind of parties. Bank of America and J.P. Morgan and all these corporations own them. They pay the lobbyists good money to own them. Did you hear that? Where have you been living? Have you been living on a fantasy island? I'm going to say again, the corporations and the banks own each and every one of these politicians because they pay the lobbyists good money to own them. Haven't you heard? It's not a secret. It's not a secret. All right. Aquilin, calm yourself down. It's hilarious. I know. I can't even control myself. These lobbyists own every one of these politicians. And anyone who is talking about encouraging folks to go vote, if you don't know the numbers in your state and local area, I heard I had a little exchange with Mark Carter and other folks in the space the other day, and they took the liberty to remove me to the audience. I don't know why. I guess they just cannot bear to hear an opposing point of view. That's a sign of weakness. Y'all folks hear that loud and clear? Anytime you cannot withstand an opposing point of view, you are sending a clear message to anyone who's around that you are weak, that you have no backbone to hear an opposing point of view. I don't know how you folks walk around because your backbone has to be crooked and collapsing every second of the darn day. Because I have been on these social media apps for the past 2 years, and I ain't witnessed nothing but weak backbones. Because I have been in enough spaces where folks want to talk over folks. They want to mute them up. They want to cut them off. They want to send them to the audience. They want to kick them out the space. Y'all are some darn weak people. Y'all are some walking weak, sorry human beings. Every time you throw a person in the audience, every time you cut a person off when they're talking, every time you mute them, you are sending a clear message to every person that's in your space at that very moment how weak you are. I want you to really let that resonate on your brain cell, because whoever put me in the audience yesterday identified themselves as a weak, sorry human being. And And I want you to have that on your darn conscience until you go to your grave. Do you hear that loud and clear? Because you folks are just keep repeating these pitiful habits. Why do you bother to open a Twitter space or any audio space if you cannot withstand a opposing point of view? Why even bother to take the time to open a space if you just want to hear from folks who agree with your point of view? It's self-serving. It's grandiose, whatever that word is. It's your egos. It's self-serving. It's an ego trip. And I can tell you folks is right now, for each and every one of you who are running around here telling folks in advance who you planning to vote for, you are walking a slow suicide death. Who told you to announce it ahead of time? Will y'all please answer that one question before this audio? When you get done listening to this audio, I want one main question answered. Who told you folks is to announce who you wanted to vote for? Isn't that private information? Isn't that your ace in the hole? Isn't that your trump card? Isn't that your ace card? Why would you tell your enemy or your opposition what your intentions are? Who in God's name? I'm going to keep on repeating it because it's just completely over my head to comprehend. Who would tell any human being to get on a public app and announce in advance who they plan to vote for? Who came up with that brilliant idea? Who came up with that brilliant strategy? I'm going to say again, and I'm going to keep right on repeating. You persons who are running around here telling folks to vote, telling folks that you're organizing. Oh, I missed something yesterday. Mr. Mark Carter did not give me an exact number count of how many persons are on their list or in their database. So I'm just going to just throw that out there. I gave you my exact numbers. So for each and every one of you folks, like I have said before, if you are standing in front of someone and asking them to go vote, you best be showing them your number count or your database or your email list or your text list of texting folks that are on your list. If you're not showing that information to the person you're talking to, like I said before, my suggestion is for them to tell you to have a nice day and move in the opposite direction. Because if y'all had any type of brain cell in your head, you will be sending a message 24/7 to your enemy and opposition that you do not plan to vote if they don't deliver 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 demands that you have. My only 2 demands that I have is Special Field Order 15 and IRS direct cash payments. Is that loud and clear? You see how that works? Y'all brain dead human beings who are telling the Republican that you are just looking forward to voting for them. You just can't hardly wait for that day to roll around. How delusional and malfunction that is. I am going to keep on harping and repeating that because that is just blowing my brain. It is completely blowing me away that I have literally heard folks running around here announcing to the Republicans or the Democrats who you plan to vote for. And why would you do it? Just why would you do it? Please explain that. Why would you announce it ahead of time what your intentions are? What is the reason for it? What is the reason? Did you just feel like you wanted to stick your chest out and brag that this was your intention? All you did was give your enemy advance warning of what your intentions are. That you intend to allow them to play you for a fool. It's already known that the Republicans and the Democrats play the Negroes. I'm only talking to the Negroes who claim to be Negroes, who don't mind identifying as a Negro. They're not offended by the word Negro. They don't think it's outdated. So if you don't identify as a Negro, if you don't identify or claim Negro bloodline, this audio probably won't resonate with you. You go on your merry way. You go on your merry way, living in your fantasy world over there on the African continent, somewhere in a racial group. You just have a good old time trying to find that racial group that you are identifying with when you say the word BLACK and African America and Freedmen and ADOS and FBA and B1. You got your hands full trying to find that imaginary racial group somewhere over there on the African continent. I think you're going to pass out. I think you're going to pass out and you're going to kill over. Before you find that imaginary racial group, you are going to see your grave. You're going to your grave before that happens, because it don't exist. It's imaginary. That is an imaginary, totally imaginary racial group. And each of you folks who seem to keep on being proud to say BLACK and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and FBA and B1, America has served your just reward. If you haven't found out yet, you need to go visit the OMB website and read the definition. And the definition spells out a racial group somewhere on the African continent. And each one of you ungrateful folks who did not want to identify as Negro, that's your reward. You have self-identified yourself right off of this landmass. So while you're running around here spending energy and time telling folks to go vote and who you're going to vote for, you need to be spending some time trying to partition the OMB and the Senate and the Congress to change that definition. But you folks don't want to apply any real pressure to America. You want to put the boots on the ground, knock on the doors, you want to protest, you want to march, you want to open all these darn spaces and talking to you blue in the face. But the one thing that you can do that wouldn't take up much energy is to boycott these social media platforms. You don't have the backbone to do it, so you prefer to choose all these other options. Oh yeah, now let me address that sorry human being who was on the stage in the space yesterday with Mark and Organizer, who said emails wouldn't work. Well, brain dead lady, the Jews sent out 20 million emails, and until the Negroes have that same capability, they are at a disadvantage. And I am clearly starting to evaluate that a lot of you folks are just not functioning on all cylinders. You are solely handicapped, because why would you get on a public app, lady,
and say emails don't work. If we don't build a database and be able to push a button and send out 20 million or 30 million emails to keep our network informed, then we're gonna remain at a disadvantage. So you are brain dead, and it shows your hand as to how you can comprehend just plain old logic to get on a public app and embarrass yourself and say that emails can't work. We use technology every day, lady. We use technology every day, every second of the day. So why would you embarrass yourself by sitting on a public app and saying out your mouth that emails would not work? Well, emails certainly work for the Jews. They sent out 20 million emails to attack Harry Irving, and it has had a resounding effect. So you folks can keep on getting on these public apps. You can keep on running around here in the community, knocking on doors and feeding folks pipe dreams. But if you don't have an ability to stay in regular communications with each of those persons that you are door that you are knocking on, that you are interacting with in the community, if you don't have a way to constantly stay in regular communications with them, you have wasted your energy that day. And you have wasted however many hours that you spent doing it. And if you want to continue to waste your time that way, knock yourself out. But most persons are online, and those who are not online have a family member or a friend that is online. So even if the percent of persons who don't get online regularly, they are coming in contact with a family member or a friend that's used the internet regularly. So that is the bridge of the connection. Stupid brain dead lady. That is, I don't know where y'all thinking process come from, that y'all so bent and determined to count things out and cause folks to waste a lot of energy and time when you can just utilize the most simple resource, and that is the darn internet. That is the simple darn internet. But y'all folks too lazy. You have all these persons following you. You have all these persons subscribing to you, but I'm willing to bet my life on you haven't reached out to them 1 time, 2 times, 3 times to start opening lines of communication. But you rather get online and preach to folks to get on an airplane, get in a car, get on a bus to go to do a pull-up. You rather ask folks to do that than to do the most simple thing, and that is organize all the persons who are currently utilizing the internet on a regular basis. First, get those persons organized and know what those numbers are, and then expand out to those who don't use the internet regularly. What is complicated about that? What is complicated about that? If you can't even simply organize the persons who use the internet on a regular basis, you definitely are not going to probably be very dedicated to organizing folks who don't use the internet regularly by knocking on door by door. It sounds good. It sounds good, but y'all don't intend to put in that hard work. It sounds very nice when you say it out your mouth, but you're going to have to put in that work to reach those persons who live in the ghetto, the projects, the hood, and all these other urban areas, you're going to have to put in that work and put your work where you put your proof in your mouth. You can say all you want to say, but I want to see proof. I don't take persons for their word. They're going to have to show me proof before I believe what they're saying out their mouth. And I hear a lot of folks saying a lot of things out their mouth, but they ain't showing me no proof. I ain't seeing no proof. I'm just seeing a lot of lip sync. I'm hearing a lot of lip sync of people moving their lip up and down, but I'm not seeing any proof. So Mark Carter, and in your count, I want to see y'all proof of your number count, since you so kindly and politely asked me what my number count was. Send me your number count in my DM. Send me your number count. Send me your number count. Whether it's 2,000 names you have, 3,000 names you have, that you are helping to educate how to be a better informed voter. Do you have a website that each person can click on to get updates on what is going on, what they need to be thinking about, what they need to be conscious about? Are you putting in that kind of work? Are you spending more time lip syncing? It sounds like to me folks are doing more lip sync than they are doing roll your sleeves up and do the hard lifting. Like building a darn website, a simple website, or if you don't want to build a website, start a community group right here on Twitter on your profile. Why have you folks done that yet? Why? So that when you want to inform persons who are listening to you, they simply have to click on your profile and get any updates. What is complicated about that? What is complicated about starting a community on your profile, your Twitter profile, or any of these other social media platforms, whether you start a group or a channel? I don't know. I've just been a part of this madness for a little over 2 years. But I'm willing to bet half of you don't have a community channel attached to your profile, your Twitter profile. But you have done a whole lot of talking for the past 2 years, but you didn't take out 5 or 10 minutes to simply set up a group, a community group on your profile. The link is right there on Twitter. It don't take more than 5 or 10 minutes to set it up. So you can start gathering names and contacts. And as you gather those names and contact, you can keep those persons who join your community informed, so they can be an informed citizen, and they don't have to believe what's coming out of your mouth. They can go do their own research and come to their own logical conclusion. But I can guarantee you, folks, y'all are committing suicide every day. You run around here telling and broadcasting to the Republicans and the Democrats and the Independents who you plan to vote for. I just want each of you to know you are committing suicide for yourself, for your kids and your grandkids. You are a walking suicide human being. That's what each one of you are. And I don't know why no one hasn't told you. I don't know. It's not a secret. Folks just seem to try to make everything a secret. How can it be a secret when all of you folks are running around here shouting to the top of your lung, we want to vote Trump in, we want to vote Trump in, we want to vote Trump in. Y'all sound so ridiculous. It's just pitiful by now that we are suffering the worst. The Negroes who claim Negro, for the rest of you brain dead folks who claim whatever, the Negro bloodline is suffering the most. Why would you need to announce to your enemy what your intentions are? want someone to please DM me that answer. I want someone to please DM me the answer as to why I have had to listen to folks all this time for the past month or so. Even when I was on Clubhouse, they was already announcing that they wanted to get behind the Republicans. And that was a whole more than a year out. This is mind blowing. I'm having a flashback. I literally remember it now, going into different spaces on Clubhouse, and these folks were so proud to announce that what their intentions were. I just don't know where that come from. The environment that I grew up in, you didn't show your ace card, you didn't show your trump card, you didn't show your poker face. You showed your poker face, but you did not. You did not. You did not fold. You either gonna fold or hold. It look like most of you folks have chosen to fold instead of hold. Hold your intentions.
All right, folks. This is who did you boycott today? I am starting to feel the sleep monster, but I'm gonna try to stay up a little while longer. But I'm gonna say again, the Negroes deserve to send a clear message to the Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Vice President, and President of this country that they have waited long enough, over 400 years. And if the Negroes do not get something delivered before this election, by the time the next election rolls around, they'll have so many different voting blocks, your head will be spinning. But my gut tells me that this country may not have an election in 2024. I don't know why, but it's just something inside of me that is screaming that America is probably not going to have an election come November. Uh, God's people have to receive justice. And once God's chosen people, the Negroes, receive that justice, it is going to impact everyone in a positive way. You can believe that if you want to or not. That's your personal choice, but you are bearing witness to the self destruction of America because they have refused to pay that debt for over 400 years. And we are right back at the very spot that our 21 ancestors was at when they signed that contract with President Lincoln and General Sherman. You think that's by coincidence? No, that is history repeating itself. The very contract that America reneged on is the very situation that is smack dab in their face in the 21st century. That is not by accident. That is God's will that supersedes all of us mortals, human beings. So, those of you who try your absolute best to operate from a mindset of consciousness and fairness and justice, you can start using your time and voice to send that message to the Congress, the Senate, the president, and the vice president. Because if the Negroes do not receive two demands before this election, this imaginary maybe election, America is going to self destruct. And no protests, no march, no voting can stop that. Not absolutely any of that is going to stop that. America has been self destructing for a good period of time here and continue unless America pay the debt that's owed to the Negro ancestors' descendants. And all of you persons who have come to America and has benefited, and like I said earlier, I'm clearly conscious and aware that America has harmed many countries around the world. That is why God's will must be done over here on America's landmass, where the Negroes have to take the lead because they are God's chosen people. Whether you agree or disagree, that is what is unfolding. That is why the Jews got so upset over a link. Hebrews to Negroes, wake up Black Americans. That's why America has spent over 400 years to keep them at the bottom. That is why America gave you your Visa card. That is why America is allowing America to be invaded. And there's so many reasons that spell that out for any fair-minded person. Clearly know that spelled out, that America is being punished for refusing to pay the debt that's owed to the Negro ancestors and their descendants, and to stop denying Negroes their human rights. Stop denying Negroes their self respect. Stop denying Negroes their fair chance to provide for their own basic needs of food, shelter, and clothing. America has been dedicated to denying Negroes those number three, top three things. And each one of you persons who have come to America, you are complicit too. And you know why you are complicit, because it wasn't happening to you. So you just chose to have a blind eye and a deaf ear to it. But you knew it was going on. You knew it was going on, but you turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to it because it wasn't happening to you. So you chose to come over here and just think about your own personal agenda, your own self-interest of how can I better my life? While I clearly see that America is mistreating Negroes whose ancestors built this country that I am hoping to benefit and have a better life. I clearly know that it's the history. If I don't know it, it's your own fault because you chose not to do the research and learn about that 246 years of sacrifice of Negroes. You chose not to do that research and learn about that history. So you cannot open your mouth and claim, I did not know, it wasn't my family. if you are over here benefiting off of that 246-year free labor, you are guilty by association. You are guilty by benefiting from that free labor that the Negroes provided for 246 years. May I repeat myself again? You are over here benefiting from that 246 years that my ancestors slaved without getting paid one red penny, one red nickel, one red dime, one red quarter, that my ancestors had to suffer lynchings and burnings and hangings and murders so that this America that folks love so much that they sacrificed their life to build the wealth and the infrastructure of America that your feet is planted on. And like I said, and will keep right repeating, I fully understand that America has harmed these countries, but the Negroes have nothing to do with that. The Negroes' ancestors have paid the price and the sacrifice over and over. So don't point the finger at the Negroes because there's two nations in America. Now you can point the finger at the American nation, but just like L.B. Johnson stated out his mouth, there's two nations in America. One nation is the Negro nation, and one nation is the American nation. You have every right to blame that American nation, but the Negro nation is not guilty of that evil because the Negroes' bloodline has suffered for over 400 years, while all you folks who have got on an airplane or walked or got here by whatever means you took to get to America, you have benefited every stitch of clothes that you ever brought, every ounce of food that you have ever brought, every house, every pair of shoes, every car, every penny, nickel, and dime that you have spent while you've been in America. You have benefited, and you have blood on your hands the same way America do. I don't know how you sleep at night, and you can keep on lying to yourself until you're blue in the face, but you are guilty by association and benefiting from the evil that America's system has given you. And you know good and darn well that system is unfair to one specific group of people, and that is Negroes. All of you persons know this, but you choose to deny it. You choose to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to it 24/7. And now God is punishing each and every one of us because you, human beings, chose to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to Negroes suffering. You came here to America and you just cared about your own self-interest and your own benefit. You didn't care one ounce about the suffering and the killings of Negroes. And I don't know how you can try to claim that you was not aware of it. You would have to be blind and deaf not to have witnessed it at some point. At some point, you had to witness it. And now, because you chose to be in denial that that was taking place, America's being invaded. And a lot of persons are going to lose their life because America is being invaded. A lot of innocent persons are going to lose their life because God is going to tend to this matter, and God's will be done, and America will be punished for the mistreatment they have done to God's chosen people, the Negroes. And any one of you who are guilty and what part you played in it, you are going to receive judgment too. You think you have a hidden secret? God know what each and every one of us is thinking every second of the day. Let me say that again. My Heavenly Father knows exactly what every human being is thinking every second of the day. My Heavenly Father knows every human being that I have mistreated or you have mistreated. My Heavenly Father knows what part you played in the mistreatment of his chosen people. So you can lie to each other until you pass out. But the one person you cannot lie to is that higher power. So you and I and every one of us walking around on two legs are going to receive judgment. We are going to receive judgment. So lying about it is not going to change that. Every one of you who have played a part in mistreating Negroes are going to get your judgment. So if you want to repent, if you care to repent, you need to contact your connections. You need to contact whoever you need to contact and get on the blowhorn and let them know if that debt is not paid, America will continue to self-destruct, and your voting and your marching and protesting is not going to stop that. It's not going to stop it. It hasn't stopped it up to this very second. Has it? Has it stopped it? You don't have to believe what I'm saying. Ask yourself the honest question. Has it stopped it? No. So America is being punished. And all of us is going to suffer that punishment along with America. But God's people, the Negroes, are in God's covenant. Do you hear me loud and clear? The Negroes' bloodline is in God's covenants. So although y'all may be looking forward to the Negroes' demise, I have a faith that God is going to make sure everything you have intended for the Negroes is going to backfire on each and every one of you. It's going to backfire. So you're going to have to make a decision here. You're going to have to get a backbone, and you're going to have to stand in the face of, you're going to have to summon courage in the face of fear and stand on justice. And and make sure that you use your voice and your energy to demand justice for Negroes. If you're not doing that, then you can suffer right along with America and everyone else around the world. You have a choice to make. Each and every one of you have a choice to make. Either you want to demand justice for Negroes or you don't, and you will just suffer the consequences by that choice that you make. You have a choice. Every day you wake up, every single day that you wake, you have a choice to make 24 hours a day. Do you demand justice for Negroes or you don't? And if you choose to not to, demand justice for Negroes, then why will you bother to? Because you're suffering along with America. Here we go. I'm going back to the audio.
Palmer, real quick, who you voting for in November?
It's Donald Trump all the way from Canada.
Thank you, brother.
Let's go to Mr. Cummings, and then we're going to go to Apollonia and then Righteous. Go ahead.
The person by the name of Mr. Cummings, Cumming. This person, listen very closely. This is one of the persons that I wanted to make sure I put on blast of how these persons in this room that I personally had a chance to listen to before I showed myself to the exit. This is what these persons are proud of the fact that they know how to talk to their people in their community. They are no different than the KKK. Well, no, let me correct myself. They can't be compared to the KKK, but they can certainly be compared to someone who have the intentions to play a person for a fool, to take advantage of them. So as you listen, I want you to make your own critical evaluation. Or do any of these persons, does this person you're getting ready to listen to in the next few minutes, do they, what they're saying fit the guidelines of someone who is purposely taking action to take advantage of another person or several persons? You make that critical evaluation, please. And if you don't mind, leave a comment, because these persons are running around here and will be running around here between now and November the 5th. They are running around opening social media spaces, audio spaces, to convince persons who don't normally participate in the voting process to get involved, only because they are using their tactics to convince them that it's worth them doing it. When I will continue to ask the simple question, do any of these persons have Bank of America or JP Morgan or Chase Bank or Wells Fargo type of money in their bank? Do they have the type of money that most of these big corporations, Johnson & Johnson, Kraft, BlackRock? Just ask these persons whenever they're talking to you, if you get a chance to ask them a question, please do yourself fairly. Each person who listened to this audio, I'm not asking you to believe what's coming out of my mouth. I just want you to simply ask yourself the honest question. Do you personally know anyone who have the kind of money that Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase Bank, Wells Fargo, or what's the other one? Wells Fargo and Chase Bank and JP Morgan and Bank of America. I know I'm leaving out of one of those big banks. And the other question you need to ask them is, do you have the kind of money that some of the big corporations like Johnson & Johnson and Kraft Cheese and so many other name brand big corporations? Just ask them the honest question. Then if you answer that question no, then you should not be going into that arena with your hands tied behind your back until you get yourself in a better position, like knowing your numbers and building up your economic strength. And you do that by owning land and owning businesses that can make the politicians pay attention to you because they want your donations. If you don't have that ability to know your numbers and own land equity, or have established enough businesses in your community as a collective to cause the politicians to pay you any attention, then you are invisible to them. So here we go.
Okay.
Hello again to my niggas here. So listening along, I can't help but notice that everybody here seems very well educated, very well spoken, and I just have to acknowledge that doesn't really speak to the niggas, because we have to be able to resonate with.
And this person considers himself educated, but these educated persons who think they are so educated don't hesitate to refer to other persons as niggers. See, you know you are damaged, that your oppressor, your enemy has damaged you mentally when you take great pride in using the very words they use to attack you with, like nigger. That's how mentally damaged this person who is an educator. He's a teacher. You're going to hear him later on, maybe. This is the one who I learned in that short time I was in that space, that he recently got hired as a teacher. And now he's on a public app feeling emboldened to reference other persons as being uneducated and a nigger. So he feels that he is above them, so that it's okay for him to reference those persons as niggers to him. They're not human beings. They just a nigger. You see how sick these people are? That's why when I was in that room that night, I knew I was going to have to stop in my tracks and record their voice in their own words, and let each person that have a chance to listen to it to make their own critical evaluation. We have individuals who are so mentally sick or evil or dishonest that they don't care about coming on a public app and announcing it. They're so bold about it that they don't even understand that maybe, just maybe, there will be several persons in the audience making critical evaluation of who they're listening to, and how this person is not ashamed to admit that they can play another person to get their personal self-interest satisfied. So here we go with listening to this so-called educated man calling other persons who are non-educated a nigger.
People that don't walk the same life as we do right now, will I call a black person that chooses to not educate themselves dumb? No, you're not dumb. You just choose to not educate yourself further than the public school system. But how can we, because it's my point is increasing the black voter base, no matter what side you're on. So a lot of us, it's niggas, you know what I mean? So you know what I mean, what's up with it? You feel me? So how are we going to put this message in a way that can get more of the niggas, more of the people that, you know, play their music up loud, 21 Savage, sliding, looking for the you see what I'm saying? How can we get those people, the people that probably aren't in this space right now because they watching some twerking sexy red video? aren't in this space right now because they watching some twerking sexy red video. How can we, other than the no vote, no lucking shit that happened, that was absolutely awful. How can we better? And I'll pose this question to y'all. How can we better?
You see how easily he was able to identify that it was offer for the sexy red or whoever that song that was made, no FUCK, no vote. But he do not have the ability to identify his own flaws. He's quickly to make paint a paintbrush that those persons who listen to that type of music, those persons who I think he said let their pants lag or be talking all loud or whatever. I can't remember the exact words now, but you understand. You have ears. Each one of you persons who will listen to this audio, that person who you're listening to, by the name of Mr. Cummings, is talking down about other persons who he want desperately to get to trick them into wanting to vote, but at the same time, in the same breath, he lets you know what level of respect he have for those persons that he want to encourage to get more melanated persons and Negroes to vote, but he don't really have respect for them. He just need them to get involved so that I don't know what his personal satisfaction will be, because again, Mr. Cummings know that he do not have Bank of America kind of money and JP Morgan type of money, Chase Bank type of money, Wells Fargo. Mr. Cummings know this because he seems to be an intelligent person, and he seems to be a person who has followed politics for a good period of time, and he clearly should have this information. Even if you just barely follow politics, you know that politics in America is corrupt with money. It's corrupt with money. And those persons who are running around here convincing other persons to put their trust in a corrupt system, to a certain extent, each one of those persons are corrupt too. They may not be able to orchestrate the corruption at the level of those persons who are wealthy and who have connections and power and control, but they still are complacent. They are complicit to the corruption. They certainly are complicit to the corruption. Just on a smaller scale, because they take great pride in persuading persons who do not want or think about taking part in voting to vote. And most of these persons are only doing that for their own self-interest. They're not doing it for human rights, self-respect, and a human being having a fair opportunity to be a productive human being and have a decent life. I never hear that coming out of any of these persons' mouth who campaign for someone to vote. They never name off any of the three reasons that I have just stated, that they are doing it for human rights, self-respect of that individual human being and themselves, and for the right for that individual person to have a productive life and be able to provide for their basic needs and maybe some extra. Those words and description do not come out of these persons' mouth who campaign for another person to vote. and to take part in this corrupt system. They never explain or say that is their motivation reason for why they want to encourage another person to vote. No, because most of these persons are either getting paid money by these camps, the RNC and the DNC. They're getting paid money to go around and convince enough persons to take part in voting. That's all they need to do. Just get the person to vote that one voting day. That's all they need to do. And they're going to get paid good money from either the RNC or the DNC. If they're not getting that, they know they're more than likely are going to get a cushy job from one of these camps somewhere down the road if they have not already been given a job, or they are dishonest persons, or they have a self-agenda and self-interest. So as you can listen, as I stated these reasons, there are different variables as to why anyone in America who has been taking part in voting for, I would say, maybe 10 years at least, do not already know that the voting system in America, political system, is corrupt. Your head would have to be buried under a rock for you not to have been able to do critical thinking and evaluation to come to that conclusion. That's the only way I can think of that you would not come to that conclusion, that the political system in America is corrupted. But here, I'm going to start the audio up again so you can finish listening to this man make his case for how he's going to manipulate other persons to go vote.
Get the niggas on board.
So that's a good question, and thank you for asking that. One, we got our homie out of New York, Mr. Barry Gibson, doing niggas for Trump. So this his whole platform is to reach that, I don't want to call them niggas, but that...
They call themselves niggas, so it shouldn't really be an issue.
Right, because they niggas for Trump. All right, so that's who they are going to get, number one. Number two, just because I'm in this room speaking very articulately does not mean that I don't know how to communicate with my people. I'm a Chicago girl to the bone, baby. My mama and daddy met in the seventh grade in 1969 in the Chicago public schools. They graduated from college, and they said the white man water not wetter, the white man ice not colder. We moving back to our hood. So I grew up in the hood with both my grandmas, all my aunties, uncles, cousins, grandma, sister, kids, you name it. I know how to talk to my people. However, in this space, I am, using my P-Ray voice and not my Ray-Ray.
Aren't in this space right now because they watching some twerking sexy red video. How can we, other than the no voting, no lucking shit that happened, that was absolutely awful. How can we better? And I'll pose this question to y'all. How can we better?
You see how easily he was able to identify that it was offer for the sexy red or whoever that song that was made, no FUCK, no vote. But he do not have the ability to identify his own flaws. He's quickly to paint a paintbrush that those persons who listen to that type of music, those persons who I think he said let their pants lag or be talking all loud or whatever. I can't remember the exact words now, but you understand. You have ears. Each one of you persons who will listen to this audio, that person who you're listening to by the name of
factory, they're going to be in the factories too. You can't go to McDonald's because they in McDonald's too. So you better vote for Donald Trump or learn Spanish, my man. When they say, what? I say vote Trump or learn Spanish. Which one you ready to do? they can understand that very well. And we don't even have to get into a deep policy conversation because we're meeting them where they are. So that's why I want to let you know it's not that, we're a bunch of snooty, educated people. No, we know how to talk to our folks.
All right. You know what I'm saying? On the same tip of what she's saying, like, you look at my profile picture right there. That was homecoming again. I mentioned earlier, bro, I'm went to 2 HBCUs, Albany State, Savannah State University. I'm a HBCU DJ. I'm a black DJ. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I do.
Now, this is a new person by the name of Deshaun. And he has Deshaun dash Miss Lisa nephew. His name is Deshaun dash Miss MS Lisa nephew. So I guess he's the nephew of the person by the name of Lisa. So he is stating that he is a DJ, and what kind of maneuvers or tactics he used to convince other persons to vote that don't want or have the care to participate in this corrupt system. But they have already decided to orchestrate a strategy to manipulate that person beforehand. Before interacting with them, they have already have planned out a strategy of how they're going to approach them, how they're going to talk to them, and try to relate to them in their, what is it? How do I put it? To relate to that person from the perspective of how they see that person they're talking to. That person who they're talking to, they have already concluded that person is beneath them. Yes, that is what they have decided. That person, depending on what environment they are going to, if they're going to the environment that these persons see these individuals as hood rats, ray-rays, and ray-rays. I don't know what ray-ray means, but it must be something down, looking down on another person, because I hear folks saying it quite often. So it must mean something ray-ray, something talking down on a person, because they mention it quite often. Maybe you folks who listen to this audio is more familiar with it than I am, but this person clearly is getting ready to explain to you what tactics he personally used to manipulate person that he interact with to convince them to vote.
I'm in the club. There's videos of me being in the club doing things like I'm out here unapologetically me, but I'm still in these other rooms because I'm a businessman. I'm about my business, man. I'm not going to let them say or pigeonhole me because, oh, he got locks. Oh, he's a hip hop DJ. Oh, he went to HBCU. Oh, he went to this black high school. Oh, he's from the west side of Savannah. Like, nah, bruh. I can speak to you intelligently and we can fluidly handle this conversation as we need to as men and women that are doing the best for our communities. Or I can get down dirty with you, my nigga, and we can really talk to dozens and find out what the fuck we really finna make happen. Like, it doesn't matter to me. We can do either. And we go to our folk and we just let them know the business. Look, bro, I understand. You don't know this scene. You don't know nothing about politics. You ain't studying no white man. I said it earlier. Joe got a go tour this weekend. I had some folk tell my people, yo, I'm not listening to some white man tell me not to vote for another white man. And lo and behold, there was a bunch of black folk over there, you know what I'm saying, telling them what the business was. But because they seen the Republicans that I brought from my party, my executive board, hey, they say y'all don't come in the hood. You bringing your ass in the hood, and you finna stand in front of this stove, and you finna wave at all the cars that pass by while y'all are in between these young black kids who is waving, you know what I'm saying, these Joe Gotta Go flags, because that's what they enjoy doing from city to city. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be that intermediary. We gotta be that conversationalist for ourselves. Fuck anybody else coming in there and having the conversation, unless we bring them in there to have the conversation and they speak when we say speak, and when we say shut up, you shut up and let us talk to our people, because it's gonna go over most of their head because they don't understand politics. But we have to break it to them so that they can understand it. So not only will it works for the federal elections, but this shit gotta work locally. Like, locally is gonna forever be fucked until they understand what it is. So that's where me and the P Rays and the La Farmers and the Mark Carters and the Sexy Raws and the Revs, that's where all us come into play to actually speak and handle it for the people so they can take it how they need to take it. I'm back on the runway.
And also, brother, comment, you can't be.
Okay, folks, I hope you heard this person loud and clear. They know how to talk to their people in their language. But I want you to ask yourself the question as you listen to these persons speaking in their own voice. Is that manipulation, or is that somebody who is operating on genuine caring about that other human being they're interacting with? Because if they cared about that other human being, they would tell that human being while they're engaging in that conversation with them that they do not have the kind of money that Bank of America have, that JP Morgan have, that Chase Bank and Wells Fargo. But that's not part of the conversation. The only part of the conversation that they care about is how can they convince that other person to put their trust in what they're saying out their mouth, because they let the white folks know you just stay over to the side and keep your mouth closed until we give you the signal it's time for you to talk. Because we are the pros and experts at talking to our own people. We know how to talk their language and sway them to trust what we're saying to them. They're doing the enemy's work, all under the disguise that they're doing something good for their community. Is clear dishonesty. It's clear dishonesty. And I pray to God that enough persons will have a chance to listen to this audio and apply their own critical evaluation. Don't take my word. Don't accept my perspective. I want each person to use their own critical thinking.
Factory, they're gonna be in the factories too. You can't go to McDonald's.
Language and sway them to trust what we are saying to them. They're doing the enemy's work, all under the disguise that they're doing something good for their community. Is clear dishonesty. It's clear dishonesty. And I pray to God that enough persons will have a chance to listen to this audio and apply their own critical evaluation. Don't take my word. Don't accept my perspective. I want each person to use their own critical thinking, their own perspective, and come to their own conclusion. But our community has been taken advantage of for far too long. The Negro and the melanated community has been taken advantage of far too long and played for fool. So now those persons who have big money and positions, they handpick certain persons to do their dirty work for them. That's my critical evaluation, that these persons are serving as handpicked stool pigeons to go out and do the dirty work that these white people could never accomplish on their own. But that's not anything new. From the time of slavery, that is what was done to manipulate and to harm and to murder our ancestors. And here we are in the 21st century, and it's still being played out day by day, year after year, decade after decade. So I'm going to let you finish listening to the audio, and I will be uploading this to StreamYard and putting it on blast on TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Minds.com, and any other platform that I can think of, because I do not appreciate folks that feel they have the liberty to take advantage of another human being. Thank you. Here we go.
Free to have the conversation, right? And that's why so many times I think in this space, and I do want to second what P. Ray said, that you asked a beautiful question. You can't be afraid to talk to the youngins. Like, you gotta remember, like, I let them, like, to be honest, I mean, I don't know. I was always, you know, I mean, that was the house that the folks came over, spent the night at. My mom played cards with their mamas. We had the card games at the cookouts. We got the two coolers. You know, if it ain't me or one of my homies, Hakeem trying to sneak a drink, and we all go in the back and share a Budweiser or cooler. This is how we grew up. So I don't feel no different than a lot of the youth when I go back and talk to them, especially when I go and talk to them. I've been blessed in my life. My coach is still at the same high school I went to. The security guard, Big Don, still at the same high school I went to. So it ain't foreign. I don't feel uncomfortable talking to them. And I bring up the fact that I come from the Democrat, all family niggas is voting Democrat because Democrat mean black. And I bring up to them when I was in the 6th grade on the school bus, hearing one of the black folks who was on the sports bus when we was driving home, and he was like, "My family and I, we vote Republican," and we were laughing at him like, "Are you white? That's for white people." I remember, and I tell them that, and they start laughing. I let them know, like, "Hey, man."
The person you're listening to is by the name of a farmer. Now, I have spent a quite amount of time around this person, and in the Negro space. We called it the Negro Twitter space. And this brother is a professional athlete at one time in his life. And as you can listen to him, he seems to be speaking from a genuine perspective. But I still have the question for each of these persons. And this person, La Farmer, is living in Canada. So he will not be able to vote in America. But why in God's name would a person who lives in Canada would be wanting to encourage Negroes and melanated persons to take part in their own demise? I don't know. Each of these persons have to look in the mirror and look into their soul, and if they have a soul, and ask themselves, why are they being dishonest with another human being who have their skin color and who have suffered similar things in life, that they will have a clear conscience to convince them to take part and manipulate them. I don't know why they are doing that, but that is why I am making this recording, because I want persons to understand what manipulation is being done that is going to continue to inflict harm to their day-to-day life. Because I will repeat over and over again, each of these persons in this room, this Twitter room that I was in, no, they do not have Bank of America type of money. They know clearly they do not have JP Morgan type of money. They know clearly they do not have Wells Fargo type of money or Chase Bank type of money or Johnson & Johnson type of money or Kraft type of money, but they are going to go to their people, what they call their people, and convince them to take part in a corrupt government, a corrupt voting process, a corrupt political system, and then they're going to lay down and sleep like a baby. I'm going to let you finish listening to La Farmer.
Like Mike Tyson, they be like, yeah. I'll be like, man, did you know that when Mike Tyson had his thing with Robin Givens, the first person giving him a job, an opportunity to fight because nobody else would, was Donald Trump, and gave him and let him fight inside of his Trump Tower. That was the first fight he had when he got out of jail. It was like, oh shit, I didn't know that. I'd be like, yeah, man. Also, you like Little John and the East Side Boys? You think they some real hood niggas? Like, yeah, boy, them boys wild. Get crunk niggas. This shit, music you can't even listen to in the club because we just get the.
Oh, I'm going to stop at this point and mention these persons are campaigning for Trump, Donald Trump. Now, when you was growing up, do you let your enemy or your opposition know what your plans are in advance? Each of these persons in this room, Twitter room, is letting it be known that they are overjoyed to vote for Trump because they believe he will take care of the immigration problem, the invaders who are invading America. But what they're not telling you is that Trump wants to give immunity to every police officer. And we all know, well, most of us know how the policemen treat Negroes and melanated brown-skinned human beings, language, and sway them to trust what we are saying to them. Overjoyed to vote for Trump because they believe he will take care of the immigration problem, the invaders who are invading America. But what they're not telling you is that Trump wants to give immunity to every police officer. And we all know, well, most of us know how the policemen treat Negroes and melanated brown-skinned human beings in America. They do not see them as a human being, but each of these persons are willing to pretend that's not the case and just still go out and encourage other persons to vote for this man, all because they believe that he may decide to pass reparations. He may deport some of the immigrants who have invaded America. They don't have anything guaranteed. But just to say that what they assuming come true, Trump can deport half of the immigrants, but the Negro and the melanated person will still have to deal with that racist person sitting behind a desk when they go get a job, go apply for a job, when they go apply for a loan, when they go apply for an apartment or mortgage, or walking around in their day-to-day life, they still going to have to deal with that racist policeman. Trump cannot be everywhere to make sure that Negroes and melanated persons do not face mistreatment because of racism. So I don't understand why they will be encouraging anyone to go vote for Trump or the Democrats. They both are evil, and they both clearly know that Negroes and melanated persons have been mistreated unfairly for over 400 years. It's no secret. It's no secret. So why are these persons not sending a clear message to the Republicans and the Democrats that you will not get my vote if you do not give me reparations, cash payments, and land, and Special Field Order 15. Those are three demands. If you do not deliver Special Field Order 15, if you cannot deliver that in writing, then the comparative thing to the Special Field Order 15 is 40 acres and a meal for every descendant, and that has to be combined with cash payments. But they're not saying that in this room. All they care about is convincing other persons in their community to go out and vote for Trump. Trump is going to pad the courts with his coonies who have racism to the core. He's going to give the policemen immunity. So anytime they wrongfully kill another Negro or melanated person, they're not going to face any charges. But these persons' conscience is clear. They have a clean conscience that they know that this man is going to do this, but they still have a clear conscience to go out and convince their community to vote for this man when they could simply do the best thing possible and tell their persons in their community not to vote unless we are able to force the Republicans and the Democrats to give us Special Field Order 15. If they cannot re-implement Special Field Order 15, then they have to give land, 40 acres of land to each Negro descendant, to include cash payments with that. Those two simple demands should be made to the Republicans and the Democrats, and if they do not deliver that before the election, they should be making it clear to the Republicans and the Democrats. We have already had conversations with our community, and we are all on the same page that we will stay home. But they're not doing that. No, they prefer to do the enemy's dirty work. That is the choice they have decided, to do the enemy's dirty work instead of sending a clear threat to their enemy and opposition that you will not play myself or my community for a fool without giving up something, meeting two of our demands the same way you have delivered to the Asians and the Latinos and Mexicans and the LGBTQ and the Native Americans. It's the same way you would deliver two of the demands that I have made, or you will not get a vote. It's just that simple. So I'm going to let you finish before this audio get to the end of this 1 hour mark.
And it turned us up into warrior mode. It was like, yeah, man, I definitely like Lil Jon. And I'll be like, yeah, man, Donald Trump in a video with Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, man, go ahead and look that shit up. Donald Trump in a video with Lil Jon and the East Side Boys, chopping it with him and everything. You know, a video that Joe Biden in the community with our folks is, little niggas from the hood in. It was like, nah. I'll be like, yeah, you can go and find a video with Joe Biden with our people talking about his crime bill and locking us up. Do you know Joe Biden said that we like dogs and you can lock us up and you can even kill us and it don't matter how you feel about us, because as long as we're not there, we're not raping his wife, marauding his son as they walk up and down the street. Did you know Joe Biden said that? And they'd be like, no, hell no. I said, would you even think about voting for somebody talking about us like that? I said, it was like, hell no, man, fuck that. And then I tell them about my cousin who I know, a couple of my cousins in my family, one more even recently, that's literally locked up on a 3 strikes bill up in Jersey. A couple of them already was locked up. My great grandma house had to get liens and shit on it. We always paid our bills, but when cuz didn't show up for court, the government put the lien out on it because it was the bond he was missing. So we literally could talk to him like that, and a lot of them can relate. So you're not really going to lose touch talking about Trump to them. It ain't a white conversation, because at no point in that conversation when I talked about Trump to my people did I mention white people. So when you keep it about our people and understand what Trump done back in the days before he got into politics, with our people, what level of our people that our people can and may resonate with, It's not a hard quote pitch, if that's what you want to call it, because at a lot of times all these politicians is kicking the pitch, right? It's just whatever one that we find resonates more closer to us. I think you'll find a better receptive if you spoke to the youth in that manner with those talking points, because you can literally go on your phone and Google it, and they'll see it in real time as opposed to thinking or believing you. Just to help you out, Mr. Cook.
Yeah. So what they're telling you is that make sure you highlight the good points or good things that they want to mention about this person, but don't mention any of the negative drawbacks about that person. But just make sure you focus on highlighting the good points that you can quickly look up on Google, but they don't tell you to look up the fact that Trump wants to give flat out immunity to every police officer who has killed too many innocent persons to count. Overjoyed to vote for Trump because they believe he will take care of the
politics with our people, what level of our people that our people can and may resonate with. It's not a hard quote pitch, if that's what you want to call it, because at a lot of times all these politicians is kicking the pitch, right? It's just whatever one that we find resonates more closer to us. I think you'll find a better receptive if you spoke to the youth in that manner with those talking points, because you can literally go on your phone and Google it, and they'll see it in real time as opposed to thinking or believing you. Just to help you out, Mr. Cook.
Yeah. So what they're telling you is that make sure you highlight the good points or good things that they want to mention about this person, but don't mention any of the negative drawbacks about that person. But just make sure you focus on highlighting the good points that you can quickly look up on Google, but they don't tell you to look up the fact that Trump wants to give flat out immunity to every police officer who has killed too many innocent persons to count. But they're not having that conversation right now. That's not part of the conversation because it doesn't fit their agenda. So they have to make sure they leave it out of the conversation. They just want you to focus on these little symbolic things that they can point out that should convince you that you can trust Trump. They just want you to focus on those few things. They don't want you to focus on all the other things that harm your life day to day. They just want you to focus on the things that give you a feel good feeling. Just don't you dare try to focus on anything that is going to harm your life. Just don't you do that. Your job is to listen to me manipulate you and play you for a fool, and just let me point out to you what specific things you need to focus on that will give you a feel good feeling. But it's dishonesty. That's what it is. It's manipulation and dishonesty. Here we go.
And I appreciate the input. I bring this up in earnest because I try to talk to the niggas I'm around, right? And for example, you try talking about voting.
This is the person who cannot seem to stop using the word nigger. And this is the one who is a teacher. His name is Mr. Cummins. I did not catch what school he is currently a teacher at, but it's really shameful that this person feels so comfortable referring to persons who he want to convince to vote, that he don't respect them enough to just refer to them as a equal human being like himself. No, that would be asking too much. He much prefer to refer to those persons as niggers because they are beneath him. They don't deserve to be respected as a human being and referred to as a human being. No, they must be referred to as a nigger the same way white people see them. I must use the same language that my enemy used to attack myself and my community. So when I go talk to my people, I'm going to address them as niggers. In my eyes, I see them as a nigger. I don't see them as a human being. This is Mr. Cummins.
A Crip, right? And the Crips like, man, fuck all that shit, bro. You know what Crip stand for, homie? Community resistance and progress, nigga. My community resistant, nigga. Fuck all that shit, nigga. I ain't voting for none of y'all. You see what I'm saying? So that's how it goes, and it gets to a standstill because of I'm gonna be honest. I don't know Crip culture. You feel me? So because of that gap in my knowledge of their culture and their knowledge of mine, it's hard for us to come together and, like I said before, get on the common accord and list what is in our common interest. You feel me? So that's why I posed the question, because I have an issue with it myself in daily conversation.
Well, comments, I'll hit it up to some folks I even play with just on Call of Duty online, and just some real hood niggas. I'll be like, hey man, you American Negro? And they be like, oh yeah, my family's straight from the South. And I'm like, okay, let me check you out. I said, who you voting for, man? And then they be adamant as fuck to say it at first, but then it was like.
And as I have mentioned on my previous audio, I don't know who gave these persons the green light, and these are intelligent persons who consider themselves very intelligent human beings that would tell the Negro community or the melanated community to commit suicide by telling your enemy and your opposition who you plan to vote for. Why would any person be running around announcing that and shouting it to the top of your lungs? If you want to have private conversations and keep it without other persons knowing what your intentions are, that's one thing. But to intentionally go out and announce to your enemy and your opposition who has mistreated you for over 400 years that you are looking forward to voting for them, that is nothing short of suicide. And I don't know who came up with that decision to do that, but that is certainly suicide. And these persons in this Twitter space that you're listening to seem to be quite proud of that. They seem to be quite proud of letting their enemy and their opposition know that they look forward to voting for them without getting anything in return, but just a promise and a hope that these persons would do something to make things better in their life. They don't have anything guaranteed or anything close to guaranteed, but they are so overly joyed to look forward to voting for their enemy and their opposition that they can't wait to tell them every chance they get. So that comes down to volunteer suicide mission. Thank you kindly.
No, I usually was voting Democrat before, I voted for Obama the first time, but he said, I think I'm going to go with Trump, man. To be honest, it just make more sense, man. I can't vote for Joe Biden. I'll be like, oh, yeah, me too, man. And then they open up and feel relaxed, because at first it's like pulling teeth. But if you actually ask them, a lot of them actually are up to date on it. And the one I was talking to at the time was a 28-year-old. So it ain't necessarily that they got to be 30s or something like that. The mid-20s, you could talk to them. And a lot of them, if you get into a real...
I want each of you who will have a chance to listen to this audio that you constantly remind yourself, this is simply about the Negro community and the melanated brown community not having the kind of money like Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase Bank, and Wells Fargo. This is not about trying to pick the best choice between two evils. No, it's simply asking yourself an honest question. Do you have, or do the community that you come from have the money, the kind of money that Bank of America and JP Morgan and Wells Fargo and Chase Bank have as a collective community? Do they have the kind of money that these 4 banks have alone. If you answer that question no, then you should be able to come to your own conclusion that your vote do not count, because
politics with our people, what level of our people that our people can and may resonate with, it's not a hard quote pitch.
the community, do they have the kind of money that these 4 banks have alone? If you answer that question no, then you should be able to come to your own conclusion that your vote do not count, because Bank of America, JP Morgan, and these corporations own each one of these politicians from the local, state, and federal level. They own each one of them. They simply need the citizens to go vote so that they can tilt the balance in a favor and get themselves into election. But after they get your vote, they don't need to care about whether you live or die in the next 365 days, because they simply needed your vote to get over the finish line. But they don't care about your day-to-day well-being and whether you have food on the table and a roof over your head and a job and a fair opportunity in life. They don't care about those important things that matter to you. They simply care that they get you to the polls and you cast that vote. And whatever amount of time it takes for you to cast that vote, that is the length of time that your life matters to them. If it takes you 20 minutes or 30 minutes to complete your voting, that's the length of time that you matter to these politicians. The politicians are brought and paid for by the big banks and corporations. And nobody with any type of common sense or intelligence can deny that. They know clearly that is the case, that it has been the case since the voting political system came into existence. It's always been controlled and manipulated by money. It's always been that way, and no one seems to want to have the backbone to try to change that. But here we go.
Comfortable mode with them, they'll tell you they voting for Trump. It might come out like begrudgingly at first, and they be like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for Trump." And you tell them, "Oh man, I am voting for Trump." I don't think so. I am. Like fuck Joe. Like, and then they'll be like, "Oh okay, yeah, man, I fuck with you." And then you'll build like that. So it ain't as taboo as it might seem or appear on face value.
Yeah, I get that. It's much more like a lot of us are closeted Trump supporters, but the strength Trump shows, you know what I mean, a lot of us fuck with. You feel me? We're the only country to drop atomic bombs. So we don't need a president that's going to seem like they're scared to press the button again. You know what I mean? Reportedly, Harry Truman, who was the vice president, Harry Truman, slept soundly. He only took 10 minutes to decide. Like, yep, drop them bitches. You feel me? Because that's at a point, that's what needs to happen. You know, we have to display our force, and I don't feel like that display of force is going to happen with fucking hope.
Well, this person, I'm retired military. This person don't seem to have any problem with a president dropping an atomic bomb. I don't hear him mentioning anything about volunteering to serve in the military at any time. It's so easy for persons who don't put on a military uniform to stick their chests out about America having this power position where they don't hesitate to drop bombs and go to war with other countries. It's easy for those persons who don't care about putting on a uniform to say those words. It's a lot harder for those persons who have volunteered to go into the military to think about going to other countries, to fight in other countries, and to make the sacrifice to leave their family so many times and be away from their family at long periods of time, it's a lot harder. But this person that you're listening to, Mr. Cummings, says it very easily. And I am willing to bet my life on it that he never served one day in the military. But he's quite happy to know that he wants to have a president who won't hesitate to drop a bomb. And this is the person who is going around and convincing other persons that they should vote. This is self-serving, self-egotistic, self-serving human being who has no respect for others who he don't feel measures up to his level in intelligence. He don't, if he make his evaluation that you do not measure up to his level of intelligence, you are beneath him. Here we go. And Mr. Deshaun is getting ready to start talking. I can see his face on the phone screen. So a new voice is getting ready to chime in.
You feel me? So
And see, love, that's what you gotta understand too. So even on my show, I had the Don of the Four Corner Hustlers on my show. He's also a founder of, or he's the founder of the PD Vice Lords. So you know, in Chicago, we don't have Crips or Bloods. That's not us. We got Vice Lords, Foes, GDs, BDs, Stones, just very Chicago gangs. And so the Vice Lord Nation is the Mighty Vice Lord Nation is one of the biggest gangs in America, and then the Four Corner Hustlers are an offshoot of them. So I had this man who's a very high-ranking official in this organization on my show twice. And we talked about this and how do we get these young boys to understand, you know, it's time to get on what they got to get on. And that's how we came up with the whole thing of, you know, like one guy told me, as long as it's crackheads, I'm selling crack. That's what I know how to do. And I ain't here to tell you about your job prospects, baby. Get it how you live.
perfect.
But hold on,
Perfect that you
But if
said
that's what
that.
you're doing, wait a minute. But if that's what you're doing, and that is your, that's how you make your money, okay, honey? If that's how you chose to live and make a living in the United States of America, then guess what? They bringing in new people to take your job. So they're not just taking the factory jobs, they taking the drug dealing jobs too, my love. So you need to go ahead and sign this form right here so you can register to vote. Damn, shorty, I ain't think about it like that. I know, because ain't nobody coming to tell you but me.
That you are listening to a lady's voice there. Her Twitter ID is black black let me see, black for Chicago's for Trump. That's what her name was. I was trying my hard to remember. The person you was just listening to was a lady's voice, and she was bragging about bringing a high level position a warlord on her show, and they was having a conversation exchange, and she goes by the name Black Chicago for Trump. So this lady is so proud of going around, running around convincing persons to vote for Trump that she literally have Trump in her name, her Twitter name. Black Chicago for like the number 4, Trump. That is her Twitter name on Twitter. Black Chicago for Trump. I'm going to start the audio up. It should be very close to the end of the first hour.
This is why I really appreciate Donald Trump. Hold on, I'm gonna let you get back to it. This is why I truly appreciate Donald John Trump Sr. for having those young black leadership summits in 2018, 19, and 20. He brought young
Community. Do they have the kind of money that these 4 banks have alone? If you answer that question no, then you should be able to come to your own.
funny and you, sister,
Black Chicago for Trump. Y'all three folks, y'all made the cut. Y'all made the cut. Because when I read I put each one of you on blast for selling out your future and the future of your grandkids. And I'm going to put the white folks on blast too. I got one in the title right now in the Twitter hallway. And y'all going to be keeping them company. Because every one of you are going to be put on blast. Because y'all are selling our people out. Y'all is using
Please don't blast us too, ma'am, so we can see it. Please.
Between now and November. So look for your name. Look for your name, because it's going to be
yes, ma'am. It's at P-Ray, B-E-H, as in P-Ray Black Excellence Hour. You can also tell me if they can find my radio show on, I go live on Facebook at Black Excellence Hour. They can call the station as well. We're ready. Nobody's afraid.
And you can hit me up at Seaport Pro on Twitter, on X. You can also find me on at Protocol. If you want to see me, I'll be up in Atlanta on Wednesday and Thursday in the state capitol advocating for policy for my people. You better set your old ass up, boy. It's 1 a.m. I don't even get down like that. I need to be sleeping, getting ready for my baby. Hey, Shawty. No, I am I'm respecting her properly. This is the smoke that she wanted at 1 a.m. This is the smoke she gonna get. You know what I'm saying? Now you need to calm down before you have an aneurysm, and you got to hit that red alert. I've fallen and I can't get up. Now chill out.
You are walking crazy. You are walking crazy.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Do you have anything else you want to say to us? We got people behind you. Anything else, ma'am, before we pull you down? Ma'am? All right. Well, she said she's going to blast us, y'all, and I'm looking forward to it. You know, Miss Travian Cootie is in the room right now. Shout out to Travian. We were in this Twitter space, a very small Twitter space with a very racist MAGA man. And she took that video and put it on Twitter, and now all these people think that they're blasting us and making fun of us, and they're like, yeah, you guys got cussed out by these MAGA people. And I'm like, things are only awkward if you acknowledge them as such. And I'm not embarrassed, nor do I find it as being awkward. Keep on sharing and saying our names, because we are dead serious about what we're doing. And I appreciate this woman and how she's about to promote all of us. It's a beautiful thing. Miss Carrie, welcome to our stage. It's your turn.
Very much. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you to the host and co-host. I've been listening for a little while, taking you along while I'm doing my chores and stuff, and then I end up back in the house, and I hear Apollonia speaking, and I appreciate her sentiment and her warm and fuzzy feelings about America, but I live in California, and when I look around the neighborhood around where I'm at, there is so much money flowing into the Latino community here. So much money. It is more money than you could even think. You could not wrap. Every single car is brand new. Forwarding packages on brand new full-size Toyota. Cadillacs. Brand new. Not one jalopy in several mile radius. Not one jalopy. Okay? They have brand new streets. They have brand new lights. They have so much money. Every single business got a serious upgrade. So we know a lot of the money is going into the illegal immigrant community, and it's a lot of money that our eyes are popping at right now, but all that money isn't going into the illegal immigrant community. That's going into people that have been here for quite a while. You know, so I would like to know if you're benefiting so much, what does your discomfort and irritation with them being here, what does that even mean? because it looks to me like everybody is benefited a lot.
And where are you in the country, if you mind me asking? Because I'm
in the Bay Area in California.
Okay, because maybe we got to come to the Bay, because here in Chicago, ma'am, we're suffering due to your presence. We are suffering.
Oh yeah. I'm I'm not Latino. I'm black. But this is what I'm observing here, and we watched it all happen very quickly. So the money's going into the legal Latino community. It's just going into their community, so they benefit from them being here quite a bit.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Voting Democrat.
Okay, who are you going to vote for? Who are you going to vote for?
I'm going to vote for Trump. There's not a lot of Republicans for me to pick down tickets, but I'm going to be voting for Trump.
That's right. All right, we're going to go to the Disruptor and then to Jimmy Conomo. And then anybody else who is done speaking, please drop down because we got some requests coming up. The Disruptor, the man,
give him all his.
The legend.
Give him all his.
Oh, let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah, basically.
Isaiah Washington.
Stop it. I just dropped in and we held the room down. I put a couple of the votes. I was sitting in, literally, I've been asked to co-host all Kennedy supporters, and I got them to vote, and they were shocked that people will vote for Trump Kennedy ticket as long as Trump is the president and Kennedy is the vice president. It blew their minds, and all I talked about was cities for actions, for them to really educate themselves and get on the horn to hound their complicit, treasonous mayors, all 200 plus of them that are supporting immigrants first, which I have no problems with migrants that come through the wide gate, but for those who come in here as illegal aliens that are not a seeker or asylum seeker, they're not refugees, but they're coming here to do harm or take the wealth and go back to their mainland. All that happens for 9 million people. Where can we go? Where can we seek asylum? Where can we be refugees? We can't. We don't have another mainland to go to. But our
Cunnings and you, sister, Black Chicago for Trump. Y'all three folks, y'all made the cut. Y'all made the cut. Because when I read I put each one of you on blast for selling out your future and the future of your grandkids. And I'm going to put the white folks on blast too. I got one in the title right now in the Twitter hallway. And y'all going to be keeping them company. Because every one of you are going to be put on blast. Because y'all are selling our people out.
It blew their minds, and all I talked about was cities for actions, for them to really educate themselves and get on the horn to hound their complicit, treasonous mayors, all 200 plus of them that are supporting immigrants first, which I have no problems with migrants that come through the wide gate, but for those who come in here as illegal aliens that are not a seeker or asylum seeker, they're not refugees, but they're coming here to do harm or take the wealth and go back to their mainland. All that happens for 9 million people. Where can we go? Where can we seek asylum? Where can we be refugees? We can't. We don't have another mainland to go to. But I will land by saying that I did, a lot of support. My DMs are blown up. People from Michigan, people from Georgia, people from all over the country, and they're not melanated people that was going to come and stand with us, P. Ray and Mark, in Chicago. There's people that were from Georgia, the 404 to the 302. They will be standing with us August 19th, 2021 for the People's Convention to peacefully protest these bastards, these renegades, these horrible people, to get them out of office. Now, this is going to be very, very dark, but I got intel from my military guys. I know how I got down. Unfortunately, now this sounds really, really fucked up, but we were waiting on a red flag to get black people to feel really good about supporting this president. Now, isn't it interesting that we just not interested, but awful, just like the country couldn't get behind Tamir Rice or Eric Garner or George Floyd. The country couldn't get behind the death of any of these people that were killed by race soldiers, right? But now they expect us to get behind you because you want to go to war because 3 beautiful black people have been killed by what they said was a drone that looked like an American drone. Now, anybody who's in the military in this room understands that our drones are very different from the enemy's drones. Very different. So I'm just allegedly, this looks like something that stinks to high heaven, that wants to get black people to get behind the Biden administration because we got these beautiful black souls that have been killed on foreign land that had nothing to do with the Gaza. They whole hell over in Jordan. And just these 3 black people get killed? When have you seen soldiers being killed in any of these proxy wars and their faces put up so quickly? I just think it stinks to high heaven. I'm paranoid for a reason. I don't buy it. I don't think that people should get so in our feelings and go, yes, let's go fuck up Iran, when Biden knew that Trump had in place that Iran wouldn't have the money to continue the nuclear process or program,